All right. Let's see what we got. Hello, VOD viewers. What it do? What it do? Oh my goodness, I stopped doing that. It's kind of sad, actually. Remember when I used to say greetings VOD channel every time? How do I have all this dust? Oh, I like never disenchanted after opening packs because like nerfs hadn't happened yet. Okay, well. What it does, El Rey. You Monster Master. Sphere. Unplayable. This list is trash. Chat is so warm in here. I don't like it. I don't like it, chat. Theatar is something you put in the ETC if you are scared of stuff. Don't know what to say about that. Pure Shudder or pile with a shudder in it? This is a pile with a shudder in it. Pile with a shudder in it. You know, if it weren't for this sphere, I could almost just run this one as is. I don't hate this list. Just hate this sphere. It's embarrassing, chat. Alright, like what's a cool thing to put in your Shudderwock deck? Of Exodia? No, I mean like this is the coward's choice, right? Like if you're a Sigma gamer, like I don't know what the kids say. You know, if you if you're a Chad, you just run Theatar main board, right? Like this is what a coward does. You know, you're afraid that Shudderwock is going to recast your Theatar and and you know, put something important in your opponent's hand. You know, or you could like understand that this is a pile with a shutter in it and just run it main board. Are we going for good Reno Shaman or fun? I usually like to hit about a mix of in the middle. I'm mental in putting Cthulhu the Shattered and Hagatha, but that's an old gimmick. Honestly, Schmoopy, if I had any, like, if I thought that I could play that deck for, you know, the 5 to 10 games that I want to play it, and that would happen at least once, like that, you know, like that would shine, I would do it in an instant. That sounds hilarious, but that sounds like a, you know, I'd have to be wanting to like do a series on it, and it's okay as long as it happens at some point in the series, you know what I mean? Seafoam to put bombs in the deck. Oh, it never gets put together? The Darkness to disrupt Reno decks. We already have Framester to disrupt Reno decks. Have you considered learning how to code? Oh, I should learn how to code, it's true. But are you memeing at me, or was that a serious suggestion? I will be clear, it is not good. I was qualifying, it's mental. Right, no, for sure. I'm saying, like, that I would be interested in doing that if I felt like it would happen in any game, you know? I don't even need to win the game. It just needs to come together. I could put in Brucon. I'm like Brucon's strongest warrior. I could also just put Theotar on the main board and like practice what I preach. Here, hold on. Marshy's not a coward. Not a suggestion, just a question, yo. Alright, well, then I don't know how to process it. But how long does it take to learn how to code? If I wanted to learn to code, how would I do it? How would I go about that? Second parrot etc? That seems fine. Is Ceaseless Expanse even good in this? Macaw. Instantly if you're in the Matrix? True. Are you sure you want to put in Ceaseless when you have to bounce 200 Shudderwocks back? Well, I'm not worried about the Battlecry existing in the Shudderwock pool in the same way I'm not worried about the Theotar existing in the Shudderwock pool. Alright, those are outdated concerns. What we're concerned about is like how often can I resort to playing this, right? Like when is this active soon enough for me to want it? Like, we're not going to bounce 200 Shudderwocks. It's not going to happen. Like, you know, we're probably going to play 1 to 3 Shudderwocks, right? Like, including Macaws and cold storages. What's going to happen in most games is we're going to play 1 to 3 Shudderwocks. The problem is when it goes Grumble after Seal. That's not, you know, that's not a concern for this deck. Where's the Serenite? I guess we have like we have this guy. We could technically do it, but the deck isn't built for that. This is a like infinite Shudderwock Shaman is A, not the best way to play Shudderwock, hasn't been for a long time, and B, requires a specific build of the deck, which this is not. So that's just nothing. It's literally nothing. We're gonna play 1 to 3 Shudderwocks, and that's how we'll win. Like between Parrot and Cold Storage. And maybe sometimes Grumble. You just start coding stupid things. That's how I learned, and now I'm doing a PhD in machine learning. Nice. Maybe we should build it for infinite Shudderwocks. I don't hate losing that much. I kind of like, I need 3 different videos today. And I'd like to win, you know, about half my games at least, so. Today is not, like, if I was going to build an infinite Shudderwock deck, it wouldn't be today. The Muppets 70th Anniversary, Marshy, which one's your favorite? Which is my favorite Muppet? Thank you so much for the 7 months, Lemonhead. Do the Sesame Street Muppets count? Can I say Oscar the Grouch? Or do I have to pick a Muppet? Okay, Oscar the Grouch. Oh, we still have a missing... No, we don't. We could just play this. No Scargill package? Oh, we could put in Mutanus. Is this good? Hey, Xenowild, how you doing? Can I cut Miracle Salesman? I understand that it's good, but like, you know, like on 1, it's good. All right, now we'll cut one of our only ones, and we'll put in a 7, and you know, we'll call it good enough. Within a week or 2, you can make a basic calculator. Within a year or 2, you can make a marketable, simple game with motivation and interest. You could move quicker. Well, maybe I'll learn the code. Reynolds Shaman. Alright. It's the perfect Reynolds Shaman. Shaman has too many good skins. I remember this one like blew my mind when it first came out. This is the actual cool Ragnarok skin. Sure. Don't need these decks anymore. Ugh. Alright. So then... then we have Warrior. Which is not doing too hot. But let's look at it anyway. Sir, there's an eyeball in your druid? There is, there is. Not playing draw to taunt minions. I'd play. Wow. Okay. All the nerfed neutral bombs. How do I feel about Sleep Under the Stars? Meh. Why? Oh, it gets back Velen. Is that useful? What games and WoW are you going so long that we need anti-fatigue KJ and the ETC man? You know what? You'd be surprised. Also, hey zombie. You know, you find there are a lot of pile enthusiasts on ladder, and you know, sometimes KJ does get there. I don't know that I need it. Okay, so I think people. I think the reason KJ is as popular as it is in Wild is because people think that KJ is your answer to Mill Druid, which, you know, it is sometimes, but not really. Because Mill Druid will have 20 mana while you have 10 mana, so they can play their Kill Jaden like 10 turns later and still beat you, because they get so much more tempo out of the thing. So, like, I think that's why we see so much of this. I don't know what this Geist is for. Does getting back Velen even matter if it's getting removed? It's usually through Reno or mind control. Right? Is it that died? Resurrect. Yeah, it's that died. So, like, this is nothing, isn't it? We could get this back. Okay. What's the draw to taunts minion? Or not minion spell. Assembly line. Right? Isn't it called? Assembly line? No. Quality assurance, thank you. Oh, Astral Vigilant. We can put that in the ETC for sure. Just snip that in the bud. We don't have to look at Geist anymore. Rip Seedlock counter? Oh, is that what that's there for? I don't face enough Seedlock to run a Seedlock counter. I think my counter to Seedlock is just going to be killing him. Isn't that weapon good now? So if we wanted to run Forge of Souls, we have this nasty thing, and we have Bulwark. Two hammers. Oh, it was already in? Sick. Alright. Or did I add two? I don't know. Could put Boomboss in the ETC. We got Boomboss on the main board. Right where we want him. And then if we wanted a third one, we could do the Marshy signature Fiery War Axe. And I'm going to, so that's just happening. So now we can do Forge of Souls. Alternatively, we could do... Why is there no armor in here? Is this good? I've lost so much faith in this one. I feel like this is an Odin card. All you can eat. Zephyrus. Finley. Do I care about this? Is Timeline Accelerator in here? No. But we do have Silly Zilly. Draenei, Murloc. Draenei, Demon, Elemental, Beast. Literally just Bellowing Flames. I don't know about this. Is this good? Wand is lame now. It might still be good, frankly. I really hate this card. I'm gonna cut it. I don't like it. This is Cope, right? This is nothing. It also turns off Reno's F after Paran. Oh, you know what? It's a pirate, though. Not enough disruption, I'm afraid. Not enough disruption, I'm afraid. Let's see. Mutanus, Boomboss, Ham, Theatar, Dirty Rat. How much disruption do you need? How about one mana rat? Only if I actually like actively hated the idea of winning, I would play one mana rat spell. Yeah, if I was just not interested in winning ever again, I'd put that in. If you're running weapon draw, there's Sphere for Lava Gorger. I'm not gonna be caught dead in a with a sphere in my deck. No, thank you. What about Ysera? I could put in Ysera. I do like Ysera. Fine. I think I had something in my head that I was thinking about playing, and now it's gone. Oh, armor. Armorer. Is that how you spell that? Curator. We have 3 mana Curator, and we have something that tutors taunts, so I feel like I don't need Curator. But I could cut 2 things, run Curator, run Timeline Accelerator, and that would be okay. So that's nothing. Are we Bob believers? I might not be. A lot of high cost cards. Rokara is interesting. No shatter is crazy. Oh my goodness, you are 1000% correct. All right. Okay, so I know what I'm gonna do with this ETC now. I kind of forgot. I kind of forgot. I like Reno Warrior is one of the decks that has like a really nice ETC. Guess you can just use it to get the other one of those too. Varsh, thank you so much for the primey. I appreciate you. Prefer Bob over Marin. Marin is already dead. My sub ran out. My Martian emote's unlucky. You hate to see it. Yeah, maybe your deck is too expensive for Ysera. But if I cut Ysera, I don't have a dragon for the Curator, so what am I doing with the Curator? Literally nothing. What if... Oh, Psycho Crazy, thank you so much for the 40 months, my friend. How are you? Like, what if we cut this, like, who cares about it druid stuff? Because we're running ham, we've put a whole ham in our deck for the sake of running Sleep Under the Stars and for running New Heights, neither of which I'm that impressed with. Like, what if we cut the druid stuff? And then we can put in Curator and Timeline Accelerator. And then our curve is lower, which is better. What then? Makes me want to cut this too, though. Yo, thank you so much for the 31 months, Swagger. I appreciate you. Is Ignis necessary? I don't know about necessary. Is anything necessary? I don't know. I can put Rokara in the last ET spot. I guess I could. I think what I really want to put in the last ETC spot is like a Forge card. Everyone keeps... I refuse to put a Sphere in my deck. No one else needs to suggest it. Ever again. You can suggest Sphere if they unnerve Twig. Then I'll consider it. Is sanitizing the deck? It is. How am I killing my own Barov, by the way? It mostly seems like it's not really happening. I think Kobold Librarian would begin this deck. I'll do it. The bash that totally exists. It's true. I could put bash back in. Are there other, like, good cards I could run, though? Oh, like this one? Alright, I'm happy with that. Alright, I give up. No more. Might you want to add weapon drops? Didn't I? Did I forget? I did. Oh, I meant to put it in. That was the whole reason behind adding so many weapons. You know what? How about this? Instead of Forge of Souls, which is what I was going to put in, I put the awkward one here, and we run Corsair Cache. And that'll be really good. Release the slop. Out here trying to make only a mild slop deck. I guess it's sloppy enough. Whole archetype is slop. Chat.
My rage is always simmering beneath the surface.
Doesn't this one feel AI to you? It feels that way every time this one catches my eye wrong. I don't know if I've just become so jaded. Like, it's probably not AI, right? Like, it's probably not. But like every time I come across this, it just feels so out of place. Weird, right? I don't know. It's probably not. Like, I don't want to like spread rumors where I like it's all based off vibes, but the art style at least is really out of place for this game. We have a fire wax, so I'm gonna do this one. All right, one more. Wait, these come out live and aren't just VODs? You best believe it. You best believe something. Oh, Highlander Priest is way down there. Highlander Hunter is also lower than I would have expected. No way, I just looked at the list. Is this a slop stream? This is a slop stream, it's true. It's true. Oh my goodness. Alright, when anyone top ends... This isn't the first time I've seen this, you know? Top ending at 6. No way Bran isn't worth running, right? I refuse to believe it. This is a slot pile, by the way. Oh my goodness, chat. Whenever I see a Highlander Hunter deck, I'm always like, why? Like, I mean, I guess. Like, it always has the worst cards in it I've ever seen in my life. It's like, it always seems like it has less synergy. It's more disgusting than anything I've ever seen, ever. Anyways, and it never has this in it. You guys are trying to tell me that this card isn't good? Finally, the aggro slop. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's aggro slop, and so I'm not used to it. Is the prime in there? No. Do you mean, the Titan? Eh? Is this card good? Well, let's see our ETC. This is just reasonable. I was expecting to open the ETC and be embarrassed. It was actually decent. Reno and ETC? I mean, for a deck like this, sure. I don't know. What's wrong with that? It's a high cost card. Spellburst, draw, drain eye. What are we trying to find with that? Oh, this guy. Gotcha. The breeders, the starfish is so that you can find it with breeder. What is that hitting? Like Velen? Chad, I'm warming up to this. Should I just play this with very few alterations? I'm not gonna not run Bran. You guys can't make me. Shmoopy believes in Mojo Master Zihi, so I'll keep that. Can I cut this? Oh no, it doesn't have the prime in it now. Spirit Bond is the card that sticks out most to you. It's also like new, right? Like, I don't think I have any new cards if I cut that. Draw a beast and view your hero power. Oh, that's why. After your hero attack, summon a 3/3 Dormant Sheep. This has 4 more attacks, summon a copy. View your hero power. After you cast a spell, summon a random animal companion. You know what we should add is like Xavius. That would be fine, right? For my slop deck. Alright, so we gotta cut 2. Guess I'll cut that. Can I cut this? Am I allowed to? I have the most 2s in here, so really I should just be cutting 2 2s. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's like, it's supposed to be a removal pile, right? So like, or a disruption pile. Can I cut this? Oh, you know what? We need to keep zombies for the secret thing. Titanforge Traps is really good. Has Highlander Hunter ever been good in WoW? Feels like no one runs it compared to the other Highlander decks. It's always like, it's on average one of the better Highlander decks for the past 2 or 3 years. It's on average been one of the better ones, but nobody plays it. It's always like way underplayed for how good it is. It's kind of weird. Cut the watch post, it can't smork. I feel like that's undermining the spirit of the deck, though. Can I cut this? Seems good, though. Like, realistically, am I ever going to actually pay the 2 mana to play that card? I don't know about this ramming mount. I kind of want to keep Zihi because Shmoopy likes it. Thorn Mantle. Doesn't work with Wild Seeds. Interesting. Well, we don't have a lot of 1s. I don't really want to cut a 1. I want to cut a 2. I guess we'll cut Watch Post. It can't smork. Fine. Did I ever revisit the ETC? I think the ETC was fine. Like, I actually thought that was okay.
I serve.
I haven't played with that one yet. Alright, it's been so long since I've been building decks that I've forgotten what the first deck was. Oh, it was Shaman. Alright. Is that a Reno Hunter? It is, with all its heart. How you doing, Booger? It's only like 3 years ago playing Deathstalker Rexar because it dealt 2 to everything and immediately replacing him with Tavish. Booger Wooger, indeed. Indubitably, yes. Alright, time to rescale this deck list. Seems okay. Up against Mage. I don't want to play against Mage. You play against Mage. Parrot Sanctuary.
I see you brought
Hey Martian, it is quite fantastic to view the front of your head on this fine Friday. Thank you. Good to see you, Sergeant Seshmore. I didn't realize I was 10 minutes behind the broadcast. I can't just pause this like a Martian video. You hate to see it. Absolutely hate to see it. But what are you gonna do, Sir Sanic? What are you gonna do against my parrot? Look at it go. I like Turbulus a lot. I think it's a fun card. Opponent seems hostage magey. Chat, would you just rip Polkeld on 4? Would you just do it? You, if you had to guess. I think this is even more likely to be a hostage now, right? You don't think so? Well, I'm on a 5/6 OP. It does seem OP. What if we made it even more OP? We're gonna smork him down, chat. I should have done that in the opposite order, right? This would have gotten +1. No, it wouldn't have worked. Never mind. I did it right. Take it all back. Because if I did it in the opposite order, then this would have copied that instead of the other thing. I need some draw first. You need some draw first. Is this deck good for free-to-play gamers? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, chat, should I start, like, trying to build wild decks that cost, you know, like, with only rares in it? Like, as rares as high as it goes? Because I do every once in a while get comments that are like, man, I really like your content, but, like, I can't build any of your decks. Should I try? And, you know, make content for the free-to-play gamers? Could be a fun challenge. The problem with it, though, is, like, if I'm building with only rares, I'm so much more likely to be building an aggro deck, right? So, you know, in my experience, aggro deck videos don't tend to get views. So, there's that. Could be like a free-to-play week series of videos where during the whole week you only post free-to-play decks. You do that and I'll make a 40 deck with only legendaries. Very good. Your aggro deck is currently bombing. Yeah, in my experience, it doesn't go well. But I was gonna say a lot of my like, you know, learnings from having done this for as long as I have been, I don't want to say debunked lately, but like not holding as true as it used to. Like a lot of things that, you know, typically do well aren't doing well anymore, and a lot of things that I expect to do poorly end up doing well. So like, I feel like we've entered a new age of the Hearthstone YouTube viewer, and so I'm kind of having to learn all over again. So if there was a time to try some aggro decks, I think it would be now. Isn't that right, Sir Sanic? Sir Snacky Snacks. Do you think that's objection? It's literally always objection, right? I was smorking, but now I feel like that was a mistake. So, unlucky for me, I guess. Alright. What kind of decks don't get traction now? So just a lot of my old slower, like dirtily decks don't quite get there in the same way, and I've had some like combo decks and meta decks do well. It used to be, so like Reno Warlock is starting to do well again. Like that one's kind of back as far as like if I post a Reno Warlock video, I can expect it to do well again, but for a while it wasn't. Yeah, it was like Control Warrior and Reno Warlock back in my day. It used to be, if I post this, it will be really good. Like it will get a lot of views, and then they started to not do well for a while. I have a Reno Warrior on the docket today, so we'll see how that goes. As far as like, as far as seeing if stuff, I want to get rid of that Varden. It scares me. I otherwise did want to play Ysera, but the Varden needs to go. Goodbye, Varden. The ETC must go. Oh, you think I should have gotten rid of that? Getting Ysera back probably would have been whatever. You're right. I should have gotten rid of the ETC. So yeah, we'll see if Warrior is back. I'm gonna post a Reno Warrior video. You know, if this makes it into the video, I would be posting it tomorrow. So we'll see. If you did only rares, that would be a true untapped potential for your deck. Real. Chat, I gloved up. I gloved up, chat. I made a whoopsie oopsie, if you know what I mean. Historically, Warrior is your highest viewership class with DK. Yeah, it was that way for me for a long time. Long time. But then, mostly during, like, while Reno Warrior was good in Standard, it stopped working. Like, it just, like, wasn't good anymore. So, that's rotated. We'll see if it's changed. Well, there's been enough time. Maybe people appreciate it again. Hi, Martian. Hi, chat. Kibler published today a video that Standard actually sucks. Does that mean Wild is saved? Wild is saved. It's true. Wild is in a perpetual state of constantly being saved, by the way. It's always saved. Cold storage Astelard? No. No. I thought about it, but no. No, thank you. You saved Wild. Good job, KBLT. Proud of you. No Rogue always hits. Yeah, that's another one. It's really funny because I never post Mill Rogue videos, but every once in a while I do, and they always surprise me. It was like in Stormwind, that was like my my biggest hit video that I posted. I remember posting it and being like, "Wow, everyone complains about this deck, but like, they really want to watch it. They don't want to face it. They do want to watch it." Okay, here's my ideal cold storage target. We'll get ourselves back one of those. Tax Paladin went insane for you. Didn't expect it, to be honest. Yeah, I didn't build mine the way you said you built yours, but it also did still do well. Let's see. Like for an aggro deck. How did we do? Yeah, it was one of my most successful videos recently. It's the Tax Paladin. People just like funny stuff, I guess. Paladin, by the way, that's another one where, like, if we're talking about you know, rebalancing my expectations based on new information. Toss that to the objection. And copy Shudderwock so that we can prevent the Ramoth one more time. You know, like, oh, Paladin decks can do well now. It used to be they could not. It used to be you would not do well with Paladin deck. But now, now they do okay, I guess. Tax Paladin is your third highest video ever. Nice. How do you feel about Odin Warrior? I personally like that one. I like Even Warrior is my favorite way to do Odin. And those did okay. So I did like an Even Warrior series and an Even Death Knight series. And the Even Warrior series did decent. Like, it was alright. I was a little sad it didn't do it better, but, you know, it did fine. The Even Death Knight series flopped. That was sad. Please repeat your inspirational pronunciation of Mane live on stream. Okay, Mane. It's Mane. So the secret is to simply look at the worst performing class at the time and play those and avoid the top tiers. I think that helps. I think that helps. I mean, I could get a Shudderwock back. If this is objection, what am I doing next? Do I lose if this is objection?
Flames on the side of my face.
Here, I do. Yeah, that's also a problem if it's objection. So 5 blocks the objection. This would leave me 1 for... Okay. Alright, sick. There goes your hopes for an even Reno DK. Yeah, I mean, like, it could... I don't know. It's, if even DK hadn't flopped, I might try that. Oh, wait, do we just lose to cringe? After all this time? That's so funny. I mean, it's not that cringe, you know. It's like, it would be exciting if I was doing it, but... like, I thought I had played that pretty well, and then I just got cheesed. Too bad. Rope. Oh, they're gonna make it for sure. Yep. How long was that? I think I'm just gonna put that at the end. Yeah, it was a 15-minute game. I'll mark that. I'll mark that for use at the end. People need to see some wins first, though, or they'll go away and never come back. Wait, why isn't it working? I don't want to just mark it. I want to, like... Oh, okay. There we go. Alright. Alright, Jaco Chaso. That's even your real name. Is this a keeper? No. I don't know if it is. I'm keeping it, though. Where's our ice block? We should give Shaman ice block. I think that's what everyone wants.
I see you brought
I cannot wait to read these.
You wonder why Death Knight isn't popular? Someone said, okay, so the Death Knight videos that I posted, the even Death Knight ones, someone was saying it was drawn out, predictable gameplay, and I'm like, yeah, it is drawn out, predictable gameplay. So, like, yeah, I think it's definitely not one that I could do a series on. You know what I mean? I did a series and the series flopped. That's the context to this conversation. But yeah, I do guess it's too bad about this guy, right? Because, like, I need to devolve this thing. That's fine. Hey, Fred. So yeah, maybe it was just too much even DK. Maybe it's not something you can post 7 videos in a row of, or whatever I did. I was just having fun. Like, that deck was fun for me. I enjoyed it. Should I get myself a Kazakhstan? It does seem like something that needs to be Shadow or Death. I won't lie to you, chat. I won't lie to you. Go ahead and do that. And I think it's worth getting back to Zephyrus, so I will. So I will. Chat, remember when Shaman used to not have any draw at all, and then they released this thing and it blew all our minds? Pepperidge Farms remembers. Back in those days, the 2-cost spell that overloads used to overload 2. Didn't even get back a Snowflipper Penguin? Shake my head. Reno would be ashamed of me. I'm gonna do this one first. That's not a nature spell. But then maybe I'll buff them up and let them trade better, or if they clear these things, I can play this.
To perfection.
Spagoo to perfection. You remember back in the good old days? Real. Back in the days of all time. The days of all Tim. Ow. Oh, neat. 5. It's 1 off. So if I traded here before 6, yeah, this wouldn't quite clear, so it could leave something. So the problem with using this with Zephyrus to get acidic Swamp Ooze is if I use this with Zephyrus to get acidic Swamp Ooze, it's going to give me Harrison Jones. And I don't want that right now. So maybe I'll pay full price for this?
Flames on the side of my face.
I know what I want to do. Oh, no.
Your wish is my suggestion.
Zephyrus, I hate you. Ugh, so annoying.
The sun shines.
I think we're dead. Rebuke? Well, that actually is a problem for me, because I needed to play this. If I'm not just dead, right? Am I just dead? Golganeth off the top! Oh! Alright, well, now if I lose this turn, I'm embarrassed. And I'm gonna be right, like, I don't think this actually changes anything. So I do this, and then they just play the... Don't give me Golganeth off the top when I ask for it, when I'm gonna lose anyway. Come on. Hey Marshy, what's your curious, what's your opinion on the luck and skill ratio of Hearthstone? Every time I win, it was skill. Every time I lose, my opponent got lucky. Alright. That's all there is to it. I think there's a lot of skill. I think Hearthstone doesn't get credit for how much skill actually goes into playing it at top levels, but I also think that the type of skill that Hearthstone is not interesting for some people. So like it can come off as being less skill based than it is because people want like Hearthstone to be chess, and Hearthstone isn't chess. You know what I mean? So, there you go. And also, like, there can be a lot of skill in, you know, let's say questline matches, like where it's 2 quest lines against each other. But then you don't have any agency playing against those decks if you're playing a slot pile, right? So from that perspective, you think Hearthstone doesn't have any skill because you're always going to lose to the questline deck with your slot pile. But when you take the questline and face it against another deck that's actually good and consistent, you know, there can be a lot of skill in those matches. So there's a lot of perspectives that go into that type of thing. If you think it isn't chess, then you've been playing checkers this whole time. All right, fair enough.
I see you brought guests.
Ba-ba-da-ba. Hey, Lamp. We're up against a chap. Chat, I hate those days where I wake up and, like, you know, my nose and mouth don't work. It's terrible. I played 3 games with this deck and I've started with Sanctuary every time. Sometimes the skill is in the deck builder for real. True. Does this get anything now that we've drawn our Ziliax? It's the only mech in the whole deck, right? Not as excited to play that as I would be otherwise, but like, what else am I gonna do? Oh, we got the Curator. Sorry, I just couldn't see it. Your nose and mouth working are kind of important. True. True. Only the most intelligent deck builders can select the finest slot for the pile. I agree. I agree. Whole spaghetti. You think I'm not going to play the Curator this turn just because you played Mana Burn against me? It would take 2 Mana Burns to prevent this Curator. Alright. Get out of town. Alright, well that helps. I guess I'm not playing the Curator this turn. Oh no. Not the brute. Q Glide rant? Alright, time to rant about Glide. Alright. I'm on the case. You know, I could have not played this and instead played this, like next turn. And we could have timeline accelerated our Ziliax after all. Hey, Jean. Not the spool to the face. Chat, I'm a simple man. I have elemental destruction, and it doesn't kill this stuff. What am I to do? Well, hopefully we roll 5 on both of those. Neat. Okay. We did it. Will it be a Marshy drunk stream again? Maybe. I just, like, I don't really want to plan that, right? Like, I don't want to be the type of person who plans to make themselves drunk. That just doesn't seem like a healthy lifestyle choice. So, like, you know, next time I'm feeling like it, I guess. Nightmares are never forgotten. Charge. Alright, I'll take the charge Ziliax. I don't think it's gonna matter, right? Like we're still gonna we're still gonna rush with that. Do both Ziliaxes have charge? Should be, right? Like it makes a copy. I lost to Maxi yesterday. He was on Questline Demon Hunter. He had 4 brutes out on turn 3. Some people are just too good. For real. No, not the urine. I'm going to do this one now. And then I'm going to save Mutanus for next turn. When I can go Bolner, Sanctuary, Mutanus, and hopefully hit a Rana. No! That's bad. That's a bad Demon Hunter. Also, wait, did they burn their quest reward? I totally missed it.
Anyone order a ghoul to the face?
Oh, did they glide it away? Ah, if only I could play this turn. Then we just win. Then we just win, chat. So the problem with playing this is they just kill it, right? I can? Oh, you forgot about the mana burn. Well, I still could do 1 Mutanus. So I guess I will. Lethal? Where's my lethal? Did you forget about the mana burn too? Primal Dungeoneer into Zephyrus. Zephyrus can't do 10 damage, can it? not with 1 mana. But also, like, Grumble's in the deck, so we weren't even guaranteed Zephyrus. Oh, great. Well, chat, I missed. I missed, and I lose. That mana burn was so sad. We had cool things to do. First of all, we had lethal, because if this could have just gone face. So this has been quite a game for the backseaters, huh? I've never seen so many false calls on Miss Lethal in a row, and from so many different things. You're losing your credibility, chat. What are you doing? What are you doing? My favorite way to play Hearthstone is through Martian's chat. Weird. You would have won with your superior skills? I bet you would have. It was 2 damage off, but also did fatigue in his turn to take damage. But I don't know if that fatigue damage was avoidable. Maybe it was. All right, so 50% chance to get Zephrys. Not 100% chance. 50% chance. If that's even, was that even all the elementals that were left? Like, let's just assume it was. I scanned until I saw 1 elemental. All right, so Devolve is a nature spell. So let's say 50%. Let's say there were only nature spells in the deck, and the only other elemental was Grumble. All right. Let's say that's the case. All right. So we play Primal Engineer. We play Zephrys. We have our 2 mana because we used the Parrot Sanctuary once. All right. We high rolled. We got our Zephrys. The Zephrys doesn't know that all the cards left in my opponent's deck are pirates, right? It doesn't know that. So he's probably not going to offer me Wind Fury there. Like, he might, because sometimes he sees a big body on board and offers Wind Fury, but it's not guaranteed unless it's lethal, which it isn't according to what Zephrys can see. So there's a chance we could get Wind Fury to set up the burn if we high roll getting the Zephrys off of the Primal Engineer. It wasn't anything. So you've extended it. We can keep backseating that one and finding more missed lethals that I didn't miss. If we want. Wouldn't Ooze from Zephrys actually win it? I'm not sure he would have offered it. Because it was a 4-1 weapon at the time. Hard to say. He might have. But yeah, probably. But again, we're back to a 50% chance to draw Zephrys, right? It wasn't guaranteed. And you guys remember what I did, right? Like, with that turn, so there wasn't a guaranteed lethal to miss. What I did was I played Mutanus, which had a high likelihood, based off of the low count of minions that they actually run, to actually hit a Rana. I couldn't maximize my Mutanus chances because of the Bolner, but like I played something that had a chance of winning me the game. So like Primal Engineer to Zephrys was another thing that had a chance of winning me the game. There was nothing guaranteed about that line, right? They love offering you Parrot Sanctuary. Yeah, I haven't missed a Parrot Sanctuary yet. Non-stop Parrot Sanctuaries. This is Holy Wrath? What my plan against Holy Wrath is. Not Holy Wrath, the other one. Exodia. If you see Peasant, it's Exodia. What was my plan against Exodia? I don't know that I have one. I wasn't the original poster saying it was lethal. I was talking about a line worth thinking. I'm saying it wasn't worth thinking. It wasn't anything. There was almost an infinite of missed lethals that you didn't miss. It's true, it's true. It's true. Framester off the top.
Armor! I see his armor.
Time to mortal coil this peasant. There we go. All right. Now I have an answer to something. That's not Nosdormu. That's not Nosdormu at all. In time, you can mungus the blues. Thank you for playing that. I have Ysera, so I actually can Theatar and potentially go again. Oh, I didn't even need to coin. Alright, I'll take this, I guess. You can have, I guess Lothab. Do that. Try again. Give me that Uther. I'm so unhappy. Chat, I guess it just wasn't meant to be. I guess it just wasn't meant to be.
The light's justice has failed.
Aw, too bad. Alright, well.
Was merely a
Oh!
setback. Char or scourge?
Why didn't I pick Uther? Did it offer me Uther? Are you guys messing with me? I'm deciding if I'm supposed to do this or not. Because, like, getting their key pieces with Rat doesn't really matter, right? If we, well, I don't know. See, like, that wasn't great. Now they can't do it.
The time has come. I return.
I wake once more. My jaws that bite, my claws that catch.
Nobody move, and no one gets hurt.
Unbelievable.
Time burns away.
See, they still have another thing. And, like, all I have to do is trade a little bit. Devolve and pray. Is there evolve? Did I have devolve in hand already?
Disappointing.
I know. Well, we tried.
Will be purified.
This has been kind of a stream of, well, we tried. They should revert Reno for this exact reason. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Missed the double Finley angle, true. I guess you had to not time out for the clears. Yeah. But like, they still had one of each of their things left, so like, clearing was also bad. Is Uther finally playable? Yeah, Uther is a real deck.
By fire, be purged.
I'm gonna keep Doc Holiday. Mercy, mercy. Enemy Theotar would have offered Uther.
I see you've brought I see you've brought guests.
Alright, Smiley. If that's even your real name. If that's even your real name. Show me 40 card Reno Slop Rouge. Alright. I'll show you the Slop Rouge. My opponent's already doing that for you. I'm so like used to not clicking this button. I think against this deck I should have. Obviously, right? Yeah. Yeah, this was definitely a press the button game, but what can I say? I don't believe in that button. Not about pressing that button. Do I like this better than the rest of my hand? Would be good if I coined and got exactly what you call it. I don't love giving up the coin.
On the side of my face.
Maybe I won't. I think Doc is really good. So maybe what I'm going to do is I'm going to coin Doc and then Finley. That's my new plan. That frog launcher. You think it's a staff, but it's actually a frog launcher. Don't you get to see more frogs in the staff when it's not the diamond version? I think the non-diamond version has like 3 frogs at the tip of the staff. Also, what a random... what a random card. The Staff of 9 Frogs, is that a thing in WoW?
Give me that.
Why is she wearing a hat made of beef jerky? Good question, good question. Why aren't you wearing a staff of beef jerky? That's the real question. One frog down, 8 more to go. Hopefully there's a board clear on the bottom of my deck. Because if there isn't, I think we're toasty roasty. See if playing no cards for 3 turns and then coining a card is a good way to win a Hearthstone game. The Staff of Chunky Soup. It really is the Staff of Chunky Soup, isn't it? The chunkiest soup. Alright, let's be mill shaman and give them a bunch of pirates so that they mill. Why wouldn't someone want to wear a staff of beef jerky? It's food on the good. Food on the good or food on the go? I choose to believe you meant food on the good, because that's funnier to me. Did it really whiff every single... Oh, okay, it got devolved. Thank goodness. Not that the devolve is even that good here, but like, sheesh. Well, I love to leave that there, but unfortunately, I must make a taunt. Do you really need a clear? Does anyone need a clear? I don't know. The delayed frog gambit is a high level strategy. True. True. Nice. I'm into it. I'm into that. Opponent sure is trading. They sure are trading. I miss you, Grumble. Have I ever eaten a frog? I've had frog legs at some point, I'm pretty sure. Either that or I'm making it up. This hits Curator, I could play them both if I do this. And it's going to, because this is already in my hand. Alright, sick. Another amazing Marshy success. Huge for the Marshy fans. Our frogs are really starting to pay off. Marshy, do you think Il'gynoth is a purple dinosaur? What else could it be? What else would it be? Razor Scale, my beloved. Scabs?
Keep your enemies close and your shadows close.
How dare you? I actually was going to play Razor Scale this turn, but now I don't know what to do with myself. Other than be sad that I'm about to overdraw Reno. Or a board clear. That actually would have been pretty good too. I don't want to use this because I want to save it for my Ziliax next turn. Look at that thing. Look at its mouth. Wow. Chat, should I put chat on screen? I forgot I was going to do that. I was thinking some of my videos would definitely be more fun if chat was on screen. Like, also more watchable. You would love it. To figure out how to consolidate my chats. Alright, so now... I was tempted to do this, but I think I am still gonna Zilly. That's just better. That's just better. Are we cooking now? We're cooking. We're always cooking. We would love to see chat on YouTube vids. I'll work on that soon. Soon. Then you guys can see what comments I ignore. Sometimes I ignore a comment because the comment is referencing a game I know I didn't use for YouTube. And so like if I read it out in order for the game to be usable for YouTube, I have to then explain what happened in the previous game. So that's like one type. Sometimes people are just being obnoxious and like I'm tired of reading out their messages, or like they said something stupid and I don't feel like addressing it sometimes. And sometimes I don't know, I just don't. Also, sometimes I miss comments. Sometimes comments are fine and I miss them. But like, don't think that just because I didn't read something is because what you said was stupid or annoying, because that's not true. All right, well, my opponent just did that to me. It's only sometimes true, chat. Only sometimes. Look, our frogs are just getting there. Look at them just get there. I would only like to see chat if it doesn't compromise the size of Marshy's face on the screen. Would you like to see it if it made my face on the screen bigger? Like even more. Even more Martian. Aw, bummer. Now they might not do it again. I was really hoping they would just go for highest twice. What did we lose? Did we lose? No, we didn't lose Golganath. We lost Razor Scale and Lotheb, which is fine. Alright, so they're going to do that again. Pretty sure. Now, when you play Hook Tusk, does it go for the top 5 cards of the deck or just 5 random cards? Because that's gonna affect what I do here vis-a-vis this guy. I forgot it was random. After you play your left and rightmost card, draw a card. Maybe I'd like this guy. Alright, we gotta make him scared, I guess. It's random, probably. It's 5 random. Alright, so I could Polk Eld in hopes of getting my Shudderwock next turn. Well, now that I have this, maybe I could just for sure. Well, yeah, I don't know. Alright, no Polk Out for me. No Golganath for me. Okay. They got my Zilly too, right? Man. Can't believe you just called all of chat stupid and annoying. Someone had to, alright? Someone has to know. Someone had to know. You had one job, Renethal? That's true, Renethal! What are you doing? Alright, our draw card lived. Also, do we ever just win? Probably not. At least they didn't get back Hook Tusk. Oh, this can't attack. I don't think it's ever lethal, right?
Your wish is my suggestion.
It is lethal. Duh. Thank you, Zeppies. Thank you. I'd be lost without you, Zeppies. We got all the way to 8 frogs, chat. Almost got to 9. Frog Gambit paid off. That was an amount of minutes. Hey y'all, first time viewer here. Can anyone tell me if the streamer's any good? No, he sucks. 14 minutes. That's almost good enough on its own. I'll be right back. We're gonna go to the restroom. Need more water so I can make more tea. Chat, should I release my entire, like, uncensored personality on you guys? Should I unleash it? The relentless potty talk. Is that what you guys want? Would that make me a good streamer? Yeah, do it. 36-year-old man talking about pee pee poo poo every other sentence. Let's get vulgar. It's not that vulgar. It's literally just potty talk. All right, I'm gonna call that one good and move on. Martian oob. Not a great streamer, but a fantastic manosphere podcaster. Real. What is a manosphere? Yeah, take the shirt off, old man. Ugh.
versus Tyrande.
Victory or death!
Martian poo, exactly. All right. For a second, I thought I hadn't switched decks because these are all in the shaman deck. I was like, wait, why did I queue the same deck again? But no, this is actually a different deck. It's different, but it's the same. Uh-oh.
I see you brought guests.
Not the Shadow Priest. Anything but Shadow Priest, chat. Turn 1, Fellwing. It's Jover. It's Jover, chat. Actually, I don't know that turn 1 Fellwing is even that good against my 40 health. I see you, little bottle of fate. Hey, stop. If I do this, it likely leaves up Well, I could also just not kill this. I could kill this. Okay. Please kill a sufficient amount of the enemy stuff. Yeah, it's okay. I don't hate that too much. Even if this doesn't hit ceaseless, we're still, you know, we're fine. So rude what my opponent's doing over there. Alright, ceaseless for the funnies. You suck. This has armor and a board clear in it though, so that's something.
Linked together in harmony.
Eat spaghetti in harmony. Alright, we just win next turn. We just win next turn, chat. I hurt my feelings. I won't never forgive you. Until just now. When I pet you with the silly axe and you explode. Explodey axe. Beep boop. I believe in you, Shadow Priest. I wonder, like, I wonder how often there have been Shadow Priests in this position that have played it out and won from there. Because I'm sure it's happened. Bam, 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 bam. Indie Company. So this is the fabled Indie Company from the Spaghetti Times. I really want to boom boss somebody. That is my favorite thing that could happen here. Is for me to boom boss and then watch all of their hand and deck explode.
I see you've brought guests.
Job's done.
Burr, 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 burr.
What is it?
What is it? I'll show you what it is. Oh no. Oh no, chat. On the bright side, you know, no amount of armor was going to save me from this Exodia. I have Theatar though, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Redemption time. Theatar is not missing this time. Alright. Yeah, Theatar would literally never miss here. That would be a disaster. They haven't actually played Order in the Court yet, is my only concern, right? Alright, I'll take it, but like, eh? I don't really want to give them any of these. I think it's literally this. Alright. So do that. Then I guess it's this to hunt for dirty rats so that I can rat the other buddy. Aw, he was in there. That's rude. We could also get Framester. Framester would undo what just happened. Zoop. Framester's not in this deck. This is the warrior deck. I'm stupid. GG, wrap it up. Maybe they Ursel?
One dose solves any problem.
Rise, let balance be restored. Death was merely a setback.
You simply lack perspective.
The time has come. I return.
Alright, as long as this hits the buddy, or both garrisons, hit at least one. Alright. I think it's probably not good then. I think we'll probably just die here. Especially because they have the tradable thing in hand, right? Can't they just trade into the other one? What's your opinion on the color red? I think it's a top 3 prime color.
For ranks!
Was merely a
No peace, no rest.
Oh, what up, Guapo? It's just, I'm not beating that deck today. It's okay.
Garrosh versus Khadgar.
knowledge is power. Victory or death.
I'm excited to boom boss. I almost want to keep it. I saw the headline of the newest member video on YouTube. What is the short answer to would quest rewards be fine as just cards? The answer is more of them would be fine than from the last time we had this conversation, but most of them are still hard pass. No, of course not. Like, you know, like Time Warp, obviously, that's one of them. Like, of course that's not okay. But, Barnabas, ridiculous. I think Marsh Queen is kind of borderline. You could lower that down to like a 5/5 and then I guess it's fine. Lakari Sacrifice is Giga fine. Galvadon is like, I think that's the one people underrate. Like, the Galvadon is 5 mana, win the game on the next turn. It's just like, it's so absurd. He will never get ceaseless. We should unnerf Time Warp to 2 times a turn so that I can play Mill Mage again. Alright, very good. Even in today's Wild? You play it on 5 and then you win. It's an absurd, it would be an absurd card. Chat, do I play this for tempo purposes? I want to draw Bran, right? Like, this isn't as exciting without Bran, I don't think. Do I put the Boom Boss on the bottom of my deck? It makes me sad to do it, but I guess I will. Have you ever played Slay the Spire? I have not. Must be underrating the rewards. A lot of people do. Like, Lucari Sacrifice is the one that's like 100% fine. Marsh Queen is pushed, but like, it's not gonna, you know, Wild isn't gonna crumble under its presence. And maybe you can make that argument for Galvadon, but like, I don't think so. I think that it's just another stupid win condition. You play Galvadon on 5, and if your opponent can't clear a stealthed 8 attack Wind Fury, 8+ attack Wind Fury minion, then they just explode. Like, can you imagine that in Libram Paladin? Like, I don't know. I feel like that's disgusting. So yeah, Lucari Sacrifice, absolutely fine. Would have been fine at the time of release, even. Marsh Queen, I guess you could print it, but it's not going to make a positive. It's just going to be like a ridiculous high roll card. And from there, I don't know. Like, the Warrior one is ridiculous too, right? Like, you play that in with the 2-cost tutor or any of the many 2-cost tutors that Warrior has available. And then you sing along Buddy Garrison Commander and just explode your opponent constantly. Like, that'd be ridiculous as a you could just run it weapon.
How long can this go on? Our gift of the arcane enlightens us.
Infinite Imps for 5 mana would be fine in Ungoro? I don't think so. Like, oh, like, you're saying like it would be acceptable? Yes, it would be acceptable. I was saying like I don't even think it would be good. I mean, like, people would probably play it, right? Like, it could have been an okay, like, slow Warlock win condition, but something I think a lot of people don't remember about Ungoro Warlock is it was the worst class in the game. The Warlock took a couple expansions off. It was good in Gadget Sand. It had Reno Warlock. Then the rotation was brutal for it. It lost like everything. So it didn't even have a deck in Ungoro. It just wasn't a class. And then it had a bad deck in... Like, did it even have a bad deck? I don't remember people playing it in Frozen Throne at all. I know it wasn't good, but I'm just trying to remember if it had something. But once it got Skull of the Minari and Void Lord in Frozen Throne, then it was a class again. Not Frozen Throne, the other one. Kobolds and Catacombs. So, like, it would have taken a lot more than... I think I could have played that turn. It would have taken a lot more than just getting to run the Lucari Sacrifice reward in Ungoro to have it be good. But it's infinite value. It is infinite value, but like it's decks could kill you, right? Like that's like that infinite value of, like, you know, on turn 5 you play 2/3/2 imps. You know, like, I think it would have gotten played. Like, people would have put it in a deck. It wouldn't have been that good, and it certainly wouldn't have been broken. It would have been fine. Like, it would have been fine at most. It definitely would not have been like a crazy deck to play. 100% not. I'm like beyond confident on that. Like, Angora wasn't a time, like, wasn't some mystical format where everyone was outvaluing everyone and, like, it came down to fatigue constantly. Like, it wasn't that format. You know, decks killed you. So just having a 5-mana do nothing that made it so that you would always have 3/2 imps for the rest of the game isn't gonna auto win anything. What about Oldham quests? Like, if you could just start with those hero powers, I'd have to look at them. Oh, is this like a discussion about deleting the quest and just print the reward as a card instead? Yeah. Yeah. There's one that's fine, Lucari Sacrifice. And the, you know, the rest are hard passes. I could do this. So that would take 5 damage off the board, so there'd be 8. So it's, yeah, it's not lethal unless I'm like super lucky. I think what I'm gonna do is clear this stuff. I wish I had a like a Theatar or something in my hand here. Like, starting your game with improved hero power is like much more dangerous space than running a card in your deck, right? So I think, like, for example, the warrior one that lets you refresh it every time you use your hero, like you swing your weapon, like that has to be good, right? Like, you play all the cheap weapons, play like tour guides and stuff.
Behold the tools of creation.
And I think that's just good. What's another one? Plot twist? Not plot twist, Supreme Archaeology? Wait. Life tap, but you don't damage yourself, and whatever card you draw off of it costs 0. Yeah, not that one. Alright, now that we have 2 brands, we can't lose. Like, so the mage one is get a random spell, it costs you less. I don't think that's gonna break wild. It does cost you less, right? It's not just a random spell. Why you gotta do that? Why does it always have to be the one I want? When I think of classical infinite value, I think of Tentacle for Arms, real. I think Tentacle for Arms would have been a good card if it cost 3. Like, maybe not like a great card, but I think it would have seen play. Because it is like actual infinite value. It's like getting a second hero power. So like 3, I think maybe it's still not quite there, but certainly a 2 would have been a great card. Well, I don't love this. What that just did to me. I guess I want to do this.
And the cycle of life is reborn anew.
Do try to keep yourselves alive.
I'm glad those cards are gone. Me too. I don't like this one as much as the other one. We do get a lot of damage so that the Koldara Drake doesn't ruin us when they get the whatever hero power.
Life and
Druid one was untapped potential. Untapped potential would be so stupid if you just got to have it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that would be unbelievable. The Hunter one is like Savage Roar, right? Like it's permanent Savage Roar, but you can do it every turn. Yeah, I couldn't do that one. Mage one we talked about, I get like maybe. I think that's still like, I don't think that's a good idea, but like you could do it. Maybe. Like it had to be like, you know, with some kind of Hamul condition. I think in Wild that would be fine, right? Because it's not Discover. I think it's a random one, isn't it? So yeah, you could probably just like, that probably would be okay.
I have seen creation, and I will bring destruction.
Comes after Mage. Priest. The Priest one is heal for 3, and then if it's a minion and it's fully healed, it gets +3/+3. Is that how it works? It's been a long time. People used to play that a ton at low rank. I remember when I used to do free-to-play streams back in like 2020, 2021, I would run into that quest all the time. It always gives a minion 3/3? Oh. Yeah, see, okay, that would be really stupid. Even if it works the dumb way that I was remembering. Paladin... Isn't Paladin 2 for make a copy of... make a 2/2 copy of a minion you have? Yeah, that'd be unbelievable. That'd be really stupid. Then Rogue was get a 3... Rogue was Fiery War Axe with with immune while attacking. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, let's print that one. Shaman. Oh, Shaman is like, you know, that would be Corrupt the Waters is broken. Let's brand every turn. That's funny. Oh, could almost play those two together. I could play this with it. I really want to do this though, so I'm gonna. Bummer. Nice. Then, so after Shaman is Warlock, which we talked about, that'd be broken. And then Warrior. I think that would almost be okay. Like, with the right restriction, you could have a startup game hack the system, I think. So it's like the Mage one would be a Mage one, and the Warrior one would be okay if it was like, you know, the right type of Baku would activate them. I think they'd be fine in Wild. The rest of them are definitely, of course, nuts. So 15-minute game. All right. What about the quest lines? If you just have the Rook Order in your deck. So, Demon Hunter, no. Druid, almost. Like, you'd have to tweak its stats. Probably, like... Because, like, that type of a thing exists at 8, and it's good, right? In Standard. The Hunter one, without the quest line, just refreshes your hero power, right?
Versus Anduin.
Maybe, actually. This is like more considerable than I thought it would be, just because, like, you know, so much of the value of the quest lines are in the first couple ticks, right? Like, if you take that away from the card, some of them aren't as bad as I would think otherwise. I think this is a full keep. Because, like, I have Shatter and I have ETC that this can activate, so. Then... Mage for the rest of the game, you have +3 spell damage? Nah. It would be a fun deck, but, like, it'd be gross. Priest. Man, I wonder if you could make the priest one. Like, you don't want to overstat it, right? Like, if you made Zyrella like a 7/7 taunt, shuffle that thing into your deck. Maybe. Like a 7-mana 7/7.
Come, pray with me.
Paladin. I think the Paladin one you almost could print, huh? Couldn't you? I think you could print that Paladin one. You probably have to bring its stats down to like 4/4 or 5/5, but like you could print the Paladin one for Wild. The Paladin questline reward. Then after that comes Rogue. Yeah, I mean, like, again, like with all these, you know, like we're thinking about adjusting their stats too. Like, we're not going to print 5-mana 7/7s with Upside in Wild, but like if we like adjust their stats to be appropriate. Paladin, Priest, we talked about Rogue, Shaman. No, I couldn't do the Shaman one. The double spell one. Warlock one. No, you couldn't do that one. Is that worse, actually? Because Demon Seed starts in your opening hand and gives you heals. But, like, all you have to do is just not run very many minions and run a minion tutor. Is there a minion tutor in Warlock? Like, okay, so Giants questline Warlock of United in Stormwind. I don't think the good version of that deck would play Tamsin as just like you just run it, because what was good about that the quest line for the Dark Lair Giants Warlock of United in Stormwind wasn't the Tamsin. That was just kind of like a bonus. Like, we also have that as a backup win condition. But what was good about it was getting to discount Flesh Giant twice guaranteed every game and heal for 6 off of the first 2 stages. But like, that's not the only version, right? There was also an OTK version. So the OTK version could play that in the deck and tutor it somehow. There's some, like, there's a card that's draw 2 minions, and if they're both demons, is that the best way?
Starting the operation.
I don't know. My impulse is no, that wouldn't be okay, but I'm also having trouble, like, actually, like, describing why, you know what I mean? So, my impulse is it wouldn't be okay, but I'm having trouble describing, like, an actual scenario where that's worse. But I think it would just, it would be a stupid high roll card, but you don't start with it in your opening hand every game. So, like, I don't know. And you wouldn't have to deal 30 damage to yourself first, so you could just, like, make the deck good. It would probably be really broken. I just, like, I have to completely rethink that card from the ground up because the fact that you have to build it a certain way, and the fact that it starts in your opening hand, and the fact that you're not factoring in the first 2 stages of that quest line matters more in that deck than in a lot of the other ones. And then the warrior one, I think you could almost do if you adjusted the stats a little bit. Like, I think we're beyond the juggernaut being impressive. Plus, like, that's another one, much like the warlock one, where the first 2 stages were the ones that were really bad. Like, and the final one was just kind of like, all right, well, it has inevitability. Martian Boo, down for a little deck building challenge. I was wondering if it's possible to create a combo that gives Mecha'thun to the opponent and makes him win with its death rattle. That is a challenge for Ulticon.
The shadow engulfs us.
Should we tempo or should we just Reno? If I do this, I heal to more than enough. It's like, this can kill this. This will get that and that. And, like, I don't think it matters, but this, like, plays on curve better. Either way, we win from here. Like, what's the Shadow Priest gonna do? Try? You can definitely do that if you wanted to. You'll never win a game, though. It's true. I would not win a game if I did that challenge. The whole point is that the opponent gets to win. That was the joke. That was the joke. Beedly doo, deedly doo, deedly deedly doo. It's almost as if I did play Reno, chat. In your books, that's a win if you pull it off. I think Guapo's point stands, not gonna lie. I don't think you would win in that. Like, I don't know. So what forces your opponent to play a card? Okay, so you Theatar Mecha'thun to your opponent's hand. You play against an opponent who is willing to play that far into the game with you, but also can't actually kill you. Then you, like, dirty rat them a bunch and clear their other minions and wait for their deck to empty. You know, like, I could see how you could do it, but, like, that's something that someone who is willing to, you know, dump 70 hours into that goal could achieve that. I am not.
Will prevail.
Victory or death!
Wicked Mirage. Wicked Mirage. What horrible things is this mage going to do to me, chat? Pounded on it.
I see you've brought guests.
I was thinking about silence, treachery, togwaggle to make the deck empty. You guys are really trying to go through extra hoops there.
Spirit, lend me your power.
Spirits, lend me your power. Got you reckless, haha. Bummer.
Presentation is everything.
Like, you could treachery, howl fiend, defile before you Mechathune, but then your opponent isn't gonna stick around for you to gift them the Mechathune, right? So, like, I don't know. It not only do the stars have to align for all of your Mechathuning to line up in such a way that you can give your opponent the win, but they also have to, like, accept having something horrible done to them first. So that they could receive their Mechathune after. It's just not happening. Like, unless you're willing to try for a long, long time, or add an MMR much lower than mine, or both. Give them some coins, freeze the board, draw a minion, or... What's the last one? Oh, just like refresh and discover something mungy. His hand sucks, it does a little bit. It's so sad the Cataclysm, after centuries of being bad, finally was seeing play and they took it out back and did a old Yeller style. It saw play from 2019 to 2023, so it had like 4 years of being a good card. Well, it wasn't like a good card and then suddenly broken. Like, it was a relevant card for a while, I thought.
Do try to keep yourselves alive.
Wait, those were all the years you weren't playing Hearthstone? Funny. Fob to copy Wisp is instant value. That's true, actually. That's true. That is value. Horrible, embarrassing value. Is it true that they straight out banned Apprentice from Arena, right? That's gonna be objection for sure. I can just feel it. I can feel it in my jowls.
By petal and sword.
All right, Weepy, after me.
I'll show them all.
Chat, I think I've lost the video game. Not gonna lie. Velen, would you mind absorbing a bit more damage? Just a little more? Just way more?
The light will guide us through every corner of the cosmos.
Take it.
Alright, you have to take all of this, Velen. Oh, never mind. Forgot about Buddy Apprentice. A Cataclysm had like 3 to 5 different iterations of Mecha'thun Warlock as far as being relevant before Discard Warlock used it. I really liked the Skullman's version. I really liked it. Yeah, in 2019, people were playing both Bloodbloom Cataclysm Mecha'thun and Reno Bloodbloom Cataclysm Mecha'thun.
Garrosh versus Jaina.
Trombulation.
You asked for it.
Victory or death!
I guess they didn't ban Apprentice. I think you're thinking of Arena. It was recently removed from Arena, like very recently. Blah 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 marshy blah 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 blah. Even Reno Mecha'thun Lock, my beloved. There you go. Chat, remember remember the Mecha'thun deck from Alterac? I think it was Alterac. It was like before, it was when Rod cost 4, before they nerfed it to 5. They remember that version of Mecha'thun where, like, other than just aggroing it down, you had no way of being able to kill it other than, like, you had to specifically Mutanis the Mecha'thun, or you could rat it and devolve it if you were playing shaman. Those were like the 2 options you could do, because the Mecha'thun they actually wanted the Mecha'thun to get ratted and killed first, because they were just going to Tamsin's Phylactery and and spread that Mecha'thun out. It was Mecha'thun that was immune to rat. It was like a very novel concept. Like, oh, a combo deck that doesn't die to tech cards. Other than a very specific tech card. Imbue Mage again. What if I don't want it? I forgot about Phylactery. That card is so cool. It is a cool card. Alright, chat. Objection or Ice Block? How often is it Ice Block? Their package is Rigged Fair Game, Objection, double Ice Block usually, right? Pretty sure. Pretty sure.
By petal and sword.
It'll be our little secret.
Which of my minions will I sacrifice to the objection? Probably this one. Probably this one, chat. If I had to guess. What was my plan? You were scheming. You had plans. Oh. That's Ice Block. That's Ice Block, chat.
Whoa there, Wispies.
Suppose I should have played this first. I suppose. I suppose that's what a good player would have done. Mecha'thun with Dollmaster. I loved Mecha'thun with Dollmaster. That was like that was really fun. That was the Scalaman's version. That was my favorite version of the deck. I really enjoyed that one. It was like pretty telegraphed, so there was a lot of what your opponent could do about it, and a lot of good things to hit with Rat. It was like just healy enough that, you know, you could survive aggro, but aggro would, you know, had a really decent shot of removing it. Like, it was like perfectly balanced. It was like the most perfectly balanced combo deck, I thought. And it couldn't win, like, it was a high roll to win on 7. So I'll sacrifice this. Like, it was consistent turn 8, high roll turn 7. So, like, you know, you also had a really good idea of when you were supposed to go in and, like, stop it. So I thought that the Dollmaster Dorian Kael'thas version of Mecha'thun OTK was one of the most balanced combo decks Wild has ever seen. OMG, literally, hello, hello. It ran Runic Egg? I don't remember. I know that the Phylactery version considered that sometimes. It could run like up to 3 Death Rattles, and they would run that or Thalnos for reasons. Was there a way to get multiple Phylacteries? Like, could you get a second copy of it somehow? Don't remember. Like Tamsin? Like 3 mana Tamsin? Alright, well, I like the part where I didn't die. How do you think they will change the imbued mages, if they do?
Well, looking for a stand-up? It's against me.
How to change imbue mage if you change imbue mage. Well, they're gonna gut something. So what gets gutted? It could be Buddy gets banned, but I think it's pretty clear that Reckless Apprentice is the thing that needs to get changed. So is there an amount of... Is there an amount of mana that Reckless Apprentice could be to where it stops being good? Like, if you don't change anything other than the mana? Like, at 6, is the deck dead?
Presentation is everything.
Spirit, lend me your power.
Like this. With Buddy, you could hit Uther along with Imbue Mage, but then you... Okay, so with that in mind, I guess you could go for Buddy, and then... So ban it for now, and then just make it cost 4 when it rotates. You could do that. I didn't think about Uther, too. But yeah, that was the answer to... like, I answered, I guess, should instead of how.
You try to keep yourself. Let me hear you make some noise.
It's hard to think of, like, what they will do, because I don't think there's a clean answer other than gutting Apprentice. Like, how do you gut Apprentice?
show them. I'll show them all.
Other than just increasing its mana cost, which I don't think has the effect everyone wants it to. Oh, really? There's an objection left?
It's your time now.
Is it really gonna hit the wisp? The tour guide, interesting. Alright. But it is necessary in standard because Imbue Mage is so bad there. Right, you ban it. You never nerf a wild card for it. Ever since they started doing bans, you never nerf a standard card for wild. You just don't do that anymore. This again. Hilarious.
No matter the danger, I'll always discover.
Alright, now we're dead. We're dead. Too wide on board. What's this up to? 6? We might not be dead, actually. Xavius is such a cool card, true. Wins, losses so far. I've literally never lost a game in my whole life. Alright. You should net deck all of my decks because I would never lose. Spend all your dust on all of my decks. I have not lost ever. So I just did 7. We have, so they were at 23. So they have 5, 6, so 29, 32. So if I'd done this first, as long as it didn't pop, I actually had lethal with this for Flare. So, shame on me, I guess. I want to do this so bad. I just like I want to see the boom boss stuff happen. Like I never get to do it to anybody. It always happens to me. So it's only showing me from the deck, right? We hit a sing-along buddy, great. So they still have a Reckless Apprentice, but they don't have a buddy anymore.
I can take them. Wait, not all of them.
Ceaseless Astalar Zephyrus was lethal? No? No. If I, like, minus the Ceaseless, like, I was literally just explaining. Like, depending on how the Astalar went, I could have done it if I still had the things up. Because then, it would have gotten, as long as Astalar didn't as long as Astalar cleared the board, it would have set up for my minions to pop the block. And then I could have played Zephyrus, and then I could have played Flare, and I would have won. But if I'd done your line, where I play Ceaseless to clear the board, and all of the Astalar damage goes face, then it's not lethal, because all it does is pop the block, right? Zephyrus doesn't have anything to do when the block is popped. And if I don't have, if I Ceaseless first and remove my own minions, it's unlikely to offer me the Flare there anyway. It's just going to offer me 3 different ways to pop the block, because like it's going to offer me, like, you know, Fireball, Mortal Strike, Eviscerate to deal the remaining lethal damage, because he only offers you a secret clearer if you have lethal showing on board already. Astalar does 14 and he was at 16. I had Bran in play. Astalor triggers twice. It was going to deal 28. And the ping, I don't know that Zephrys respects ping. Not sure. That I actually don't know. But Astalor was dealing 28 damage, not 14. I think that's enough, right? So 3, 18, 25, 35, 38, yeah. They should nerf your warrior. It wins against a Mew mage. Too true. Too true. Oh. Are you allowed to say that word anymore?
Just cause is always worth fighting for. That is all for now.
Don't know. Not gonna worry about it. I'm in charge here. Me, the man who has 1,000 cards in his deck. Ooh. Spirit Poacher into Wild Spirits, chat. The nuts. Behold, Shadow Priest. Beating Shadow Priest with like Reno decks that aren't like fully terrible feels really easy, chat. Like, I don't know. How does he curve out so well? What a skill differential. I know, right? Absolute disaster for the Manny Mavis fans. Please don't roll the fox and ruin my wild spirits.
Caught this one eating party snacks.
Yay! And out. This deck is definitely one of the decks of all time. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Easily one of the decks I've ever seen. Yo, Spectra, thank you for becoming a YouTube member. I appreciate you. Enjoy access to all of the extra content that I post to members only. That does exist. How much does it cost to do the membership? I always forget. Is it like $2.99? I think so. But yeah. So I semi-regularly open, like, you know, a couple times a week. I'll put a membership video up. So if you want more Marshy videos, that's the way to do it. Okay. Extra large Shadow Priest is so funny to me. I don't know. It's definitely the 30 card openers that feel disgusting. These are actually all good. If I got 2 unplayable options and 1 playable option, I'd have been happy with any of these. I think I'm gonna pick this one though. But yeah, like running this in an aggro deck in Wild is hilarious to me. I like taking a deck that lives or dies by the mulligan and adding 10 more cards. It is better though. Like, it is a better deck according to the data. The extra large Shadow Priest is better and it's not close. And like Call to Arms is starting to be the same way. Call to Arms Paladin. It's looking like extra large Call to Arms Paladin just straight up clears it.
Starting the operation.
But they do have to put in some awkward minions to make that happen. Should Marshy just go face? Does the extra health give it a huge edge in aggro mirrors? I think that's the idea. Is like, if you're extra large Shadow Priest versus not extra large Shadow Priest, you get to start out having pyroblasted your opponent. I think. You prefer a 30 for both? Paladin, you would argue. I mean, you guys can argue it all you want. Like, I'm talking about Hearthstone data, where it clearly points to the 40 card version being better than the 30 card version. For your personal preference, you know, your personal preference is your personal preference. And I will not argue with that, with you on that. Do I think Paladin is the worst Reno deck? Isn't it the best Reno deck? It's like the only actual good Reno deck is Paladin. The other ones are like, alright. Like, this Reno deck and the last two I played are in the, like, you know, high tier 3 playable tier. You know, like, you know, these aren't awful, but, you know. They're not outstanding either. It's Paladin is the good one because it's just Holy Wrath, but Highlander. Should I swing with my weapon now, or should I wait and swing with it later? I'll still swing now. Personally, I'm sad that seeing Renathal Benedictus doesn't mean Reno Priest anymore. Reno Priest has dropped off the map. It might actually be. I mean, the worst one's got to be like Demon Hunter, right? But like, of the ones that get played, I think Reno Priest is the worst one. I feel like Paladin is strong not because of the Reno cards. Like, the Paladin Reno cards are just bad, but I guess that isn't. I mean, it plays them, they're fine. Alright, I guess I'm not lethaling with this anymore.
Your wish is my suggestion.
I was actually going to consider Brawl, but I guess now I'm not. Wish I didn't have to leave up this one. It's pretty sad, actually. I was pretty confident I was going to win this one. Now I'm not. Oh, I messed up. I did need to kill that one. Dumb. Too dumb to win the game. You hate to see it. I definitely messed that turn up. I'm also sad I didn't get off of Brawl. What could save me now? What could save old Marshy now? I don't think anything. I think we just lose. It's over. You know what? Tavish would be alright. Not anymore. Felderin. Oh yeah, Felderin would have been okay. Oh, Dreadscale. Should get a Dreadscale. Let's go. Dread scale.
That is all for now.
Can't believe Shadow Flame over Brawl there. Yeah, it's a little disappointing. It's like Brawl left one up, and Shadow Flame left one up if I'd chosen the right minion. So, I guess like if I was, I would appreciate it if Zeph had offered me both, and I could have picked one. I don't think the Paladin Reno cards are bad. It would run 2 of them. Like the Mage Reno cards are bad. It sometimes runs 1 of them. the Reno Relicologist.
I'll blast you to smithereens.
You can't outrun the nightmare.
Oh, I forgot to gold this thing. I think this is the only thing I'm missing. Oh, that and ramming mount. Well, we made it out of deck select. I don't have to do it anymore. Get wrecked, chat. No gold deck for you. Is Rogue the only class without a Reno card? DK doesn't have one. Demon Hunter has one. Druid has one. Hunter has one. Mage has one. Priest has one. Paladin has one. Rogue does not have one. Shaman has one. Warrior has one. Warlock has one. Yeah, it's just that and Death Knight. I hadn't thought about that. That's funny. Anything good? Hello, Martian Boo in chat. Hello, Sedanoid. Why don't they give Rogue a card? Oh, because the same reason they can't give Rogue any cards, because Shadow Step exists. While Shadow Step's around, Rogue isn't allowed to have any cards. Alright, they have to nerf it first. Do I actually believe that's why? No, I'm making fun of Shadow Step hate. I think the reason why they haven't had a Highlander card yet is the few times they've done Highlander, Rogue hasn't been one of the classes they gave it to, I guess. I don't know. You could see that though. I don't like I don't think that the design team views Shadow Step the way that a subset of the community views it, obviously, because they made it like a whole archetype around it. But twice actually, yeah. I think that they would like it. I could see them printing a Rogue Highlander card with respect to Shadow Step, like, but I don't think that they're afraid to give them a Highlander card because they give them powerful Battlecry minions, right? Like they, it's not like they don't print good Battlecry minions that Rogue can access, and like, I don't know, Zeph was around. Like Zeph and Reno almost makes Reno Rogue a thing in Wild anyway, so.
Lush wilds and clear skies. This could be our home.
They literally said they have to balance around it in a stream. And I don't think that they wouldn't consider the existence of Shadow Step when they designed a Highlander card. But I don't think they wouldn't give it a Highlander card because of Shadow Step. Just make a Battlecry if your deck has no duplicates. Discover a no duplicates card from the past. Sort of changing the subject deliberately, but also for the because you said that and it reminded me of an opinion. I really wish Highlander had a keyword. Like, if they want people to say singleton instead of Highlander, they should change, like, all of the Highlander cards to have a keyword called singleton. Right? That solves their problem of nobody being willing to use their keyword, their deck choice name, but also makes it a lot easier for us to reference for things like that. So if you had Battlecry singleton, discover a singleton card from the past, you know, you could do that for Rogue without a bunch of like stupid text on the card. High key though, I hope they don't successfully manage to convince everyone to start saying singleton because I don't want to call things singleton. But yeah, they're not like allowed to call it Highlander. They made this little push at one point to be like, hey, singleton, you know, a singleton deck is when you do this, that, and the other. Here's an example of it. Yeah, nobody calls it that. I think the keyword should be Reno. They should call it like Explorer or something. Because it's like the League of Explorers that do it. I don't think they'd use Reno. Like there's sometimes there's things like that end up as keywords later. Like mill is a keyword now in MTG, and people just use that as shorthand because like one of the first big mill cards was a card called Millstone, right? Isn't it like the act of discarding cards from the top of your opponent's deck doesn't otherwise have anything to do with the word mill? So, but like that's an official word used in MTG now. Like when they say mill X when they want to discard the top X cards of decks. So like I could see a colloquial like Reno used as a keyword later on for Hearthstone as well, except that it's the name of a character and not, you know, a word like Highlander. They can't use Highlander because of copyright, I assume. So. But if they make that keyword, then all the Reno cards need to have the same condition, and I hope that they would. That would be a great excuse to change all the old cards to have the new Highlander effect. Why do people call it Highlander to begin with? Because there's a movie called Highlander where the point is there can be only one. So in your singleton deck, there can only be one copy of a card. Only one what? Potato? Potato. Only one potato. It's been a long time since I've seen the movie, but there's like... So first of all, the individuals fighting in the Highlander movie are not Highlanders, right? The main character is from the Highlands, so people call him Highlander. But there's like some spooky ghost thing happening that has made some humans immortal, and I don't know if they're stronger or not, but like, you know, they live forever. And the idea is once they're all trying to kill each other, and once there's only one left, that person gets the universe juice. Like, spoilers, but the main character wins, and then he goes like, "Ah!" And then is he a god? I don't know. At least I've only seen the first movie, and it's been a long time. So like they made sequels. I don't know if they give additional context later. So there could be additional context for all I know, but you know, he inherits the universe juice and becomes spaghetti. So like they're not all Highlanders. That's just like some people would just call him Highlander because he was from the Highlands. If there can only be one, why would they make more than one movie? I guess you'd have to watch the second one to find out.
This isn't Moonblade.
Chat. Should I wait? What if I let them invest in this board a little more? Hey, Jonas. Making more than one Highlander movie should be a crime. Real. Everything should be a crime. Is this just old cards, Druid? What's is this? I have a beast. I have a beast quest to fulfill, Druid. Chumbus Druid? Real. I think it's over for the Druid fans. Yeah, I think so. But mostly because they're playing keyword beast Druid to finish some quest, I think. Scraw. Yeah, you punched that in the face twice over 2 turns. How come Dreadscale didn't kill the opponent there? I know, right? I know, right? What's happening?
Lush worlds and clear skies. This could be our home.
Saving my coin for next game, I think. I don't think it's a bot. I think they had a quest to play beasts. Either that or like they're just trying to like it's in an addled grizzly deck, addled grizzly aggro. So like they're running all the cheapest beasts they could play. Going through the hoops of setting up a bot just to do quests sounds insane. Real. I don't know about playing that there.
Nobody move! And no one gets inhospitable!
Reflect in the moonwell.
My opponent, I feel bad. They're not drawing their. I assume they're running Knight and they're running Patriarch, but Matriarch, Matriarch, right? Guess I should silence that or something.
I have returned. A natural mistake.
All right, well, enjoy your value. It's over, chat. I got malured. It's actually just over. Pretty sure there's a boss in Hearthstone Adventure who spawns super poisonous minions, which can instantly kill you. This deck is missing Cho'Gall. It is. Which deck do you think is better to climb with, Hostage Mage or Astral Communion? Hostage Mage. Well, maybe not actually. It depends like where you're climbing. If you're trying to climb from top 100 to rank 1, Hostage Mage is certainly better. But Hostage Mage takes a lot of time, not a lot of games, a lot of time to win with. So it could be that if you ate a spagoo with your shoe. I didn't love those secrets, by the way. Just saying. See if I can like come up with something real to say. What are we talking about? Okay, so like when you're like in really high legends, your win ratio matters more than your time spent in game, right? So like if you if you're trying to like get to rank 1 legend, it's better. But if you're if I lose this deck, I'm uninstalling. But if you're trying to get to legend, your time spent in game matters a lot more. Like if your goal is just to get to legend, then you're probably actually going to have a better time with Astral Communion, because your win rate's still going to be fine, but you're going to be able to play 3 Astral Communion games in the time it takes you to finish a Hostage Mage game, because those games are fast, and the Hostage Mage games take an eternity. So like it depends on what your goal is as far as picking between those two. Chat, this was embarrassingly close. Do we even have it yet? Not really. So, Reno, Serpent Bloom. Huffer even isn't lethal. Zephy's isn't lethal. Alright, so I'm not going to think about lethal anymore. I'm going to press this, see what happens. Neat. So we're 1 off. Oh, Zephyr is lethal now. Moonfire. Didn't get it. Too bad. Ooh, nice. Okay. We just gotta clear, and then the next turn we'll just win. Alright. So I do this. Oh, that's a bummer. Don't do that! And then I guess I'll do this, which I suppose I should have done first. But I don't think they're gonna kill us here, are they? Don't think so. I wish Beast Druid became a thing. Beast Druid is cool. After the cavern set, like Wailing Caverns? We in Fractured and Alterac, Beast Druid was a good deck. Ask Corbett about it, he loves it. He thinks like the second half of Alterac is one of the best times in Wild. Because of that deck, and because of Interfire. Oh, Caverns of Time. Okay, yeah. You'll find me wherever these King Crushes are. Beep boop. I'm the beast deck now, chat. See, with my dinosaurs. Beast Hunter beats Beast Druid once again. There's a new Brawl where you can make a deck with 2 cards only, and everyone was running Hamul plus Innervate, so I countered them with Patches and Naturalize. And then Patches and Hamul were banned. What was that deck I was just playing? Versus Beast Druid. You know this deck is the nuts when it can barely beat Beast Druid. Okay, so I'm about halfway through. I wish more tribes in Wild were viable other than pirates and beasts.
I see you've brought guests.
Give all classes their own patches. We'll see how that goes. Can you imagine, like, Buzzard with beast patches? You wish there was a patches with all type? I actually don't think they should do that. Because then pirates would have 2. And pirates don't need 2 patches.
Lush wilds and clear skies. This could be our home.
But I could see giving each type their own patches. You know what they should start with? They should start with Quillbores. So Quillbore was not initially added as a type to Constructed. It was added initially just to Battlegrounds. And everyone was like, "Why doesn't it match?" Meh, 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 meh. And like I'm framing that like it was like they were being babies, but I actually do agree. I like that it matches. But so the reason that they didn't add it to Constructed is because they had no plans of doing anything with the Quillbore subtype. Like, that was deliberate. They only planned to make Battlegrounds Quillbores. It's a little stupid, but I guess I'm doing it. So that's why there's no Quillbore support. But, so if they never plan to do Quillbore support for Standard, I think that a Quillbore set, like straight to Wild set, could be really cute. I think that could be really cute. I think that'd be a really fun thing to do. As just a Wild, exclusive, funny. Do I think Draenei was a failed tribe? Wasn't Draenei warrior a thing? Hey, like, oh, too bad. Like, Draenei warrior was a thing in Standard, wasn't it? I don't like. I feel like labeling it a failed tribe is a bit like dramatic, I guess, and involves some expectations that I personally don't have for Hearthstone, which is that everything will pan out. If it is, it's only because they have this tendency to do an archetype once and then never come back to it, which is, you know, something that I think is obnoxious, not just for tribes but also for keywords and stuff. Like, I don't like introducing a keyword for one expansion and then never going back to it. I think, you know, that's boring. So and like, it's gonna keep happening forever, so it's not like I'm trying to say that, you know, they might stop or that's some kind of new thing or anything like that. You know, like, that's just going to be forever. But I would prefer it if, like, when you introduce soul shards, the next 3 sets have soul shards in them, and when you introduce corrupt as a keyword, from then on, you know, at least, you know, once or twice a cycle, like a year, something has corrupt on it. Like, I like, that's what I'd like for me, but I don't know that those are realistic expectations. So Draenei as a expansion archetype, I guess, hasn't been that. Like, you could argue, I guess, that it was not successful, but
The culprit was
not any, like, more so than any other expansion-based archetype, I guess. So, I don't know. A really long answer to say. We got the star bonus at max stats. Yeah, I enjoy that. Marshy, greetings from Boston. Hey, Vidar. Funky Fisher. Funk.
Celebrate a new beginning.
You can't outrun the nightmare.
You can't outrun the nightmare, chat. Not anymore. Is this even good against mage? I don't know what to keep against mage. Some spaghetti?
I see you've brought guests.
You're sad your boy Murloc leader is still nerfed. I remember being really upset about that. I just hated that patch. That was the same patch where they gutted Fiery War Axe. I was really upset with it. It was like, why did they do that? Why did they hurt my poor war leader? Why did they nerf Hex for literally no reason? I was just malding so much. Hex was like one of the funniest nerfs ever because it was like, it was a nerf like half a year in advance. It was not like shaman was not getting played, Hex was not getting played. It was out of nowhere. It was like completely blindsiding everything. So it was funny, right? Like, so I think their philosophy at the time is they didn't want to have another nerf patch later. They were like, that was still back in the day before, when they thought that nerfing things made people not play the game anymore. Like now they've been looking at the data and they're like, it doesn't actually make people stop playing. Most people just either keep playing the deck or they switch to another deck. And so that's why we have the frequent balance change nerf policy that we have today. But at the time, they were really afraid to make nerfs. Are you serious? You're just gonna snipe that thing? Disaster. Hit the fox.
Party snacks.
Thank you. And nerfs upset me. Like, I still don't love nerfs. Sometimes they're necessary nowadays. Like, nerfing Fire War Axe, I don't think that was necessary. Nerfing Hex, of course it wasn't necessary. War Leader, I could see it. But, like, it wasn't the right time to nerf War Leader, I don't think. But nowadays, like, things get printed with the thought that, like, if this is too much, we'll nerf it, right? We'll push cards to make sure that they're new and exciting, and then, if they end up being too good, we'll just nerf it. It's fine. Like, there isn't a lot of pressure to get things exactly right before the set comes out. And so, like, under that design philosophy, yes, it's necessary to nerf. And so, even though it's still a bummer, can't have no nerfs right now.
We have a problem.
I don't even like everything I just said. I don't even know that that's like a problem for people outside of me. I know that it takes away from my personal enjoyment of Hearthstone as a card game. Like, I can't fall in love with this game anymore because if I get attached to something, it's going to get changed, right? So like,
We've created a temporal anomaly.
so like for me as a card game enjoyer, that's a negative. But like, I don't know, like, I don't know that enough of the audience for Hearthstone are generally card players, like, or care about things in the same way. Like, I feel like a lot of the vocal player base is always like, nerf this, nerf that, nerf that, nerf this other thing. And so like, I think a lot of players do like nerfs or are fine with nerfs, tolerate them just fine. So I'm not saying they're doing something wrong with that policy on a general basis, but for me personally, it takes away from my enjoyment of Hearthstone as a game. Can I have explosive trap, please? Please. Ugh, do I just concede here? Remember when Tavish was good? So like, I was so split on Tavish when he rotated to Wild. I was like, well, I like Tavish, and I like that he's a good card. I don't want him to be a bad card. But I also want Tavish to be complete, so I want them to give him all of his secrets back. So Tavish was part of the third set of its standard year, and it only has standard, like when it was in standard, it only had improved versions of standard current secrets. So what they did was
Lush wilds, clear skies. This could be our home.
when rotation happened, you know, right after he came out, they aren't I just dead? I mean, I could top deck Reno, I guess. Right after rotation, when 2 of his secrets rotated, they took those improved secrets out of his pool. And so Tavish became very consistent with getting Explosive Trap. And so because he could always get improved, like usually get improved Explosive Trap, even in Wild, he was just like a really, really good card. Especially because you needed it for Parrot Quest Mage at the time. You know, like, Mage didn't have the armor that it has right now. So once you got them to 1, they couldn't actually beat you because you had the Explosive Trap up, and they would have to eventually hit you in the face with a Parrot. So like they could take as many extra turns as they want, but they couldn't finish the game because their health was too low. It was pretty funny. So I miss those days. So then, like, he was really good for a year when he didn't have the 2 secrets that were from the year prior. But then when he rotated to Wild, they added those secrets back. So now he's complete. He has everything that he can have, but he's now inconsistent, so he's a lot worse. You can't always get Explosive Trap when you need it. You can't always, like, get exactly what you want. I personally like reverts once every 6 months and nerfs once every 3 months. Yeah. Like, nerfs would sting a little less if cards were always considered for reverts. Like, if a deck that's, like, reasonable... like, I can understand not giving back full-on hard combos a card that was nerfed to make that combo not as good anymore. Like, I can understand not putting a deck like that back in the meta. But then there are some decks that are just kind of a little bit too strong, and they want to, like, iron it out a little bit. And sometimes the nerfs to those decks remove those decks from standard entirely. They stop being played at all. And so I think, like, you know, maybe halfway through the next expansion, if those types of decks should be considered to have some amnesty so that they can be played again while they're still in standard. Like, if that was more of a conscious decision, I think I would be less upset about nerfs. But, like, most things are allowed to stay dead once they're dead, and I think that's a bummer. Does Reno Hunter have some chance to exist? Yeah, I mean, like, it's always just kind of an okay deck. People just don't play it. Feels like 99% of cards should be reverted at rotation. Chat, can you believe that Possessed Lackey is still 6 mana? Like, is 5 mana Possessed Lackey going to make Q block too powerful? Like, what are we tutoring out of our deck with Possessed Lackey that is unacceptable in Year of Our Lord 2025? I swear if they don't unnerf Funny Hunter Egg, I'm going to be mad. Man, I have, like, the reverse opinion. I don't know that I'm going to be mad. I just, like, it seems like a shoe-in for don't unnerf it to me. I lost my momentum. Where's some other ones? First day of school? Like, does it have to be neither? Like, okay, so I think that, like, I don't think that the zero mod really? I guess, yeah, nothing else could make that trade, I guess, but still. I guess this one.
Lush wild.
I don't love that that gets to stay up.
This could be our home.
Talking about the 4 mana discount one? The bomb one was cool. I'm happy it's gone. I'd be surprised if they unnerf that one, to be honest. But, you know, you never know. What's some other ones? So, yeah. So, even if the, like, let's say, I don't believe this is true, but let's say,
This one
um,
party snack.
that 0 mana first day of school is too powerful for wild. Is 1 mana get 3 too powerful for wild? I'm surprised that, like, first day of school is still double nerfed, you know what I mean? I know there's more. I know there's more that, like, really surprised me, like Mana Cluster, for example. Like, there's a recent one. Like, how did that not get nerfed when it rotated? One that I think is just sad. It's not like, I don't know, like Hollow Hounds? Does that really have to be nerfed? You miss Huhurin being a card you'd see in Wild? Well, you have to full revert it for Huhurin to come back around. You have to go all the way up. The one egg nerf back does not put Huhurin back in Wild. Why won't they revert your boy Mancrake? Yeah, I feel like that one is fine, but I mean, like, I can almost understand that one. Like, I guess, like, I think there's an argument for no Mancrake, but, like, I don't think there's an argument for no Possessed Lackey. I don't really like, hand buff Paladin hasn't been a monster in Wild for so long that, like, is 1 mana get 3 really gonna, like, 1 mana didn't get 3 didn't see play in the best version of the Wild hand buff deck of the time, so, like, I don't know that would change now. Jailer Wolf. Yeah, I mean, like, enough people are upset, like, people don't want to lose to people don't want to lose, right? But people also don't want to lose to combos that don't kill them. Like, like, I do not agree, but I do get why they wouldn't unnerf Jailer. It's also kind of future-proofing. Like, I could see Jailer being an issue again later. I see why it's risky. I would take the risk. I think it's boring not to revert Jailer. But I am less upset about it than I used to be. Like, I don't know that I was ever upset about it. I'm less surprised. I'm less judgmental than I used to be about it. Low key, Tony too. No, dude, don't. What? No, Tony, don't revert Tony. No way. Ugh. I don't think I've been more miserable. Like, I keep going back to that one. Like, I think my least favorite deck of all time was Tony Druid. I don't know. Like, it's such an awful experience. I don't like it at all. What about a half revert? Same cost, old effect. As long as it's too bad to ever see play, sure. Do you think you can make an Imbue Hunter with Shock Spitter and Bran work? Maybe. Do I think Drekthar would break anything? Drekthar would be, like, really strong in at least some things. I don't know that it's gonna, like... I don't know that it's gonna... Oh, man, stupid. 1 mana off of being anything. I don't know what this could give me here. Okay, give me a Betrayal. So like I can get rid of these two. Technically alive. Let's go. I need to top deck Serpent Bloom. And we're dead. Let's get out of here.
That is all for now.
Tony was cool on Questline Demon Hunter. I don't miss Tony. I'm happy it's gone. Hope it never comes back. I'm sorry. So like I simultaneously don't want horrible play patterns in Wild and also have a lot of empathy for people who loved those types of decks and can't play them anymore. So like I get it. I don't want you guys to feel like I'm judging you for liking what you like, because I've been there. I've been there where like I've loved something and I hate that it's gone, and like Hearthstone never felt the same since they took it from me. You know, like I've definitely been there before. So, you know, respect, but no. Chat, do you know what's do you know what's cooler than just unnerfing everyone's favorite card in Wild? You know what would be cooler than that? Oh hey, Larry. Being able to set like custom sandbox mode, where you can set like time periods and adjust stat totals. Like, imagine if you could just, like, if you loved a meta, if you could just go back to when that meta was the meta, right? Like, yeah, I have recently become a retro format IRL player, like exclusively. That's not even half true. That's not even any true. That was just like, my love of card gaming, like, preference is retro formats. So like I really like, I'm putting together all these stupid score DBZ decks for no good reason. Like I don't even have anyone to play with. Like all I want to do is play old Pokemon formats, frankly. Like I want to play old Pokemon decks from like ancient formats, and you can't do that for Hearthstone because the cards themselves get changed, right? In Pokemon you can play, you know, whatever format you loved, I guess I'm gonna not play one of these because I don't want to give them draw 2 cards or a 3/4. You can't play those old formats because the cards aren't like, you can't have a friendly match where you and your buddy queue up whatever cool nonsense you want to play, right? Like, those cards don't work that way anymore. So you can't experience, even in a friendly mode, you can't experience your nostalgia anymore. But in an IRL format, you can, right? Like, all you have to do is proxy or get your old cards and find a buddy to play with, and then you can play whatever format you want. Like, how cool would a sandbox mode be where you could queue up a friendly match, or even like queue a ladder of people playing a similar type? Okay, I was like, of course it wasn't Oh My Yog. I saw it already happened. Like, where you could just, you could queue up that, but you could all, like, what would be really fun is if you could mess with the numbers. Like, what if you could buff things that were kind of underplayed, right? Like in your sandbox, if you had, like, there's something that's a 5 for 5/5 with like a pretty good effect, but that wasn't quite good enough. Maybe you try making it a spider tank. Didn't want a rat there. I didn't want to play a third card. If I play a third card, they get to draw 2 cards, or they, you know, I guess, like, if they'd summon the horse, it would have been fine, but I didn't want to draw them cards. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, well, poop. Sounds kind of like a tournament mode. Tournament mode would also be nice. I'm really surprised that never panned out, because like everybody wanted it, and they're like, we're gonna do tournament mode this year, and then everyone was looking forward to it, talking about it constantly, and then towards the end of the year they were just like, you know what, nah, just kidding, couldn't hit this. I want my free card. Where's my honorable kill? I feel like we lose out on a lot of cool things because everything needs to make a lot of money. Yeah. Man, I wonder if this deck should just run Reno and Ranger main board.
Nobody move, and no one gets hurt.
Secret Paladin, is it 2017 again? It is. It's actually Call to Arms Paladin. That includes a Secret Paladin package. I don't know about the weapon and the Mysterious Challenger, though. Is that excessive? How good are we? My wife's on her way home. Ideally, I'd be done before my wife gets home. That'd be perfect. Let's see. We got 21 minutes. I actually only need like one more really good game and then we're done. So, might accomplish my goal. Bum. It's kind of understandable that they're not experimenting when Mercenaries, Twist, and Duels were considered failures. I agree. I think I'd be surprised if we saw anything interesting again. I feel like they learned the wrong things from Battlegrounds. I also think that they were too bold with Mercenaries. Like, I feel like they thought they could get away with more than they thought they could.
I fight in the name of honor.
You can't outrun the nightmare.
Do you guys think if Duels had one more year, it would have been a real mode? I feel like Duels enthusiasm was like on the rise the whole last couple years that it was out. I feel like Duels was almost something. It's kind of hard though, like, well, part of it is like it just got a big streamer to main it, right? Like, I think if Duels was going to take off, you know, like Raffle would have helped, right? Having like an actual big streamer successfully playing it all the time. I swear they wanted Twist to fail. Yeah, I don't know. I like a lot of stuff happened. A lot of stuff happened around when Twist came out. Like, I don't know. To Twist and like to a much greater extent Mercenaries. I feel like there's so much to know that like they just aren't allowed to say, you know? Like, I bet you there are a ton of people on the team who are like who like believed in Twist, really excited about Mercenaries. Like I bet you there are a ton of people on the team who are disappointed because of whatever factors happened that those couldn't be executed in a good way. You know, but they, you know, like NDAs, they're not allowed to tell us anything. So I think when it comes to why Twist is down all the time and why, you know, Mercenaries and Twist played out the way they did without the support needed to be successful, I think there's a lot of stuff we're just never gonna know. Duels was definitely on the rise when they cut it, just bad timing. Yeah, I think Duels had a chance. I think Duels had a chance if it had one more year. It's a shame.
I cannot wait to read these.
May the light grant you peace.
I like how they just forgot about Twist. I don't think they forgot. I think they decided not to do anything else with it. I think they kind of like went through everything that they had planned for Twist, and now that they haven't, they're kind of like phasing it. This most recent round of Twist Wonders, I think that was like seeing if, because China server was down when Twist came out the first time. So I think this most recent round of Twist Wonders was testing the waters to see if like the Chinese audience would go for it. That's my guess. And it must not have. And so there's like no reason to do Twist anymore.
Circle round.
We get into a Twist format that is either precons or just these select formats and going to the screen. Oh, I'm going to scream? Okay, yeah. I thought so. Twist precons was like the only one of those that had any mass appeal, right? Like people were actually playing that one. And after, like, for me, that doesn't scratch any type of itch for me. Like I wasn't gonna play that. I didn't like it. But the Twist on a conceptual level, not on a delivery level, right? The delivery on Twist didn't do me any favors. Like it was bad. But on a conceptual level, Twist is my ideal format. Like I really wanted Twist to be something, but not the precon Twist. Precon Twist does not satisfy any itch for me. So, for my personal satisfaction, I didn't care if precon Twist succeeded or not. But a lot of people really liked it, right? Like a lot of people really liked precon Twist. I miss a lot of damage if I don't trade, I guess, so I'll trade. So I was expecting them to be like, oh well, people will actually play it if we do this, and like build off of that for the future. I thought that was just going to be Twist from now on. But unlucky. Chat, I miss my Dread Scale. I miss it every day.
We stand against the dark.
Oh my goodness. I thought I was doing okay here, chat. Oh, perfect. Chat, remember when I was scared of losing? The only cool things about Twist for you have been no neutrals and only commons. I really like Twist Wonders outside of the discard Warlock. Like, get rid of exactly discard Warlock from Twist Wonders, and then give me a reasonable queue time, and I would have played Twist to Oblivion. But I had to wait, 7 to 9 minutes at a certain point. I couldn't play. The MMR didn't even reset. Like, the MMR on Twist Wonders didn't even reset when I hadn't played Twist in forever, right? Because I didn't play the pre-con one. There was like, what, 4 months in between that, and 2 months before the pre-con one, before the Twist before that. So there was like all that time, and I still came back to insane queue times. Like, I couldn't play. Like, I would have loved to play Twist Wonders. I would have spammed all of it. Like, that's the type of mode that would get me to play Hearthstone off stream, right? And I did the first time before my MMR got all messed up. Like, I won too much, so I'm not allowed to play anymore forever. Stupid. I hate it. All right, I'm getting all worked up. I guess that's enough of that. I think that's everything though. So 16, 21. Oh, it's only 27. We need one more. Suffering from success.
The Thanos versus Thrall.
Fear the coming storm.
What's in that Reno Demon Hunter list? Is it a secret? Okay, so what happened with that Reno Demon Hunter list is I set out to make a Reno Demon Hunter list. I got like I put in the no duplicate cards, and I put in some other like power staples, and I stared at the list of cards I'd assembled so far, and like it was breaking my brain. Like, what do I do from here? So I tabled it with intent to come back later, and then I just never came back. Yet. I keep not deleting it so that I can build off of it later, but yeah. They just need to put like Rarun or some content creator as the lead on Twist. Brutal to say to the Marshy stream. I just wish they stopped at Whispers of the Old Gods. Mean Streets of Gadgetzan was one of the worst expansions in metagame, and it completely dominated the previous expansions. I see. I don't know that I agree, but I do see.
We have a problem. Does anyone copy?
I think Twist has plenty of creative types. Like, as far as I don't think putting like, even if it was me, like, I don't think putting someone with passion about the about the format in charge of Twist is what needed to change. I think the passion was there. Twist definitely wouldn't have existed at all if it wasn't. I think there was some kind of hoops. Some kind of,
It's a trap.
some kind of like higher up issue that prevented the correct resources getting to the right people. Specifically say Ryan because it does all the weird Hearthstone show matches with Lieutenant Eddie and Raffle. Yeah, it's just like generally I don't think that like having a creative person in charge was the issue. Can I have please something? The freezing trap. Man. The Tavish is so much like I've already complained about this enough on stream, but like these two secrets don't have to be in this pool. Alright, everyone, you win. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. I gave up. Like I wanted I wanted him to get his secrets back because I wanted him to be complete, but like it wasn't worth it. I'd rather him be good than complete. Take the secrets away. Get rid of them. What else got added? So like right after rotation, I think it was only one secret you wouldn't see, right? Was it max? It was like 2 that you wouldn't see, but I think it was 1.
No one's going to believe this.
I guess that was an order law, wasn't it? A scale from 1 to dummy, dumb, stupid dumbos. How dumb am I? I give up. Get me out of here. So, what was the other... So, motion deny got added later, but isn't there one more? Didn't they add 2 secrets before he rotated? Zombies! Yeah. Zombies I like, though. Zombies is added interest. And I guess motion deny did too. Okay, just take out the year of the Phoenix ones.
Nathanos versus Anduin. Wisdom shall bring victory.
Wisdom shall bring victory.
The nightmare.
Is this a Shadow Priest? Chat, do you think I can beat a Shadow Priest if I draw all of my anti-aggro tools? He also added evasive maneuvers. That was a Sunken City one, right? Yeah, they could take that one out. Except that one was in at rotation. I'm talking about like after rotation. Like he was a certain way once rotation happened, which included evasive maneuvers, and then as the year progressed, they added more secrets. So like I'm used to it having that one in. Is this the famous Martin Tim? I am Martin Tim. First name Mart. Last name Min Tim. I wonder why they haven't made more secrets since Whizbangs. Have they not made a single other secret since Whizbangs? Like not a one? Oh, I would love to see standard with no secrets. That'd be pretty interesting. The last secret they made was Bargain Bin. Interesting. It does feel like secrets are largely a waste of card slots when it comes to mage. Like, a secret mage hasn't landed in standard since, like, Gadget Sand, right? Guess they're waiting for product 9 to rotate? That's like, I hope that's not the reason, because that's like a Raza Priest level reason. Where you print a big payoff for something when there isn't a good payoff for it, and then you just never give it a payoff. Ever. Like, you never give it the support it needs, right? You print a big payoff for something, and then it, like, waits patiently for the support, and then the support never comes. Or does come in the case of Raza, and like, no, that's too much. We'd rather imbue mage be nothing than be that. Or imbue priest be nothing than be that. If I remember correctly, there's no secret being played in standard. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm just saying, like, for mage specifically, since secret mage was initially a thing in Gadget Sand, like, for standard, has standard ever successfully had a secret mage deck? I think it's been non-stop whiffs, hasn't it? Like, the reason objection was good is because it was a pretty shallow discover pool, and they were using something that got to pick 2 random secrets, right? That's why objection was obnoxious in standard, because it was randomly generated. Not even at the peak of a secret of support during Nathria, yeah. Can Reno Demon Hunter be playable now? It's playable. I'm like, is it 8 cards or 12 cards? How far into that deck did I get? I have a Reno Demon Hunter that's just kind of been sitting there, marinating, waiting for its time for me to finish it. That is an order I've ever seen, chat. We're up against a bot. Unless, you know, something. I should get the Serpent Bloom out of here now. And then we'll just be ready when we need it. Autocomplete Reno Demon Hunter? That was good. That was a good time. Maybe they're waiting for the demon guy too. Adding more secrets makes it less consistent and thus worse. I think the last rogue secret was Nathria, mage was Badlands, and hunter is Whizbangs. Oh yeah, there's only 2 secret classes in standard right now, right? Like, as of that year, I thought rogue was going to replace paladin as the 3rd secret class, but they did the same thing they always do with rogue, which is just give it support for a year, and then they just let it die. So now we're down to 2 secret classes. It's really interesting. There are a lot of mysteries in Hearthstone, chat. A lot of who knows why things played out the way they did. I only needed 10 damage there. Was that possible? I don't think so. I think I could do 8. No, I couldn't even do 8. Sure. Cool.
I can't hear you.
You don't even remember the last Paladin secret? What was the last Paladin secret? Have they printed one since Omayog? Omayog was Ashes. No, it was Omayog, wasn't it? Was it the very last one? I think it was. Because they didn't rotate any secrets early if they printed secrets for Paladin in the year after. No, it couldn't have been. No. Because, like, Barons had a secret weapon in it. No, it was like, and I think the core set was after that, right? Like, the first time the core set existed, it was. So, the core set came out with the Reckoning one, where like if you deal 3 damage, that was after Oh My God.
You have to read this one.
Yeah, Oh My God was Dark Moon. It was.
To the library.
I didn't say it wasn't. So they must not have they didn't print one. They didn't print a Paladin Secret in the Nathria year, right?
Conundrum.
Your wish is my
So I have lethal on board. Doesn't matter what I do here. Give him the old ETC. What was the secret from Forging the Barons? So Galloping Savior was the last one. The last Paladin Secret of all time. Oh my God, it was Darkmoon Fair. I know it was Darkmoon Fair. Who keeps like assuming? I've never meant to imply that it wasn't. I was just saying like the year that Nathria came out didn't have anything in it. So, I guess keep telling. I wonder if like if when I rewatch this to do my video, I'm gonna be like, oh, that's why they keep telling me when Oh My Yog was. I was just trying to remember off the top of my head when the last secret was. Judgment of Justice is Baron's mini set. Okay, that had to be the most recent one then, right? And that was the year Core Set came out. So I think that had to have been it. I don't think they've printed one since then. I said Ashes for Oh My God. I didn't mean Ashes. Did I mean year? I don't know. I know it's Darkmoon Fair. Okay. It all makes sense now. But I'm curious. Curious if it's explainable. One moment. Do they hate secrets? Not sure. They might be trying to phase them out. So if I go over here, I can hear myself talk. The core set came out with the Reckoning one, where like if you deal 3 damage, that was after Oh My God. No, it was Oh My God, wasn't it? Was it the very last one? I think it was. Because they didn't rotate any secrets early. If they'd printed secrets for Paladin the year after. No, it couldn't have been. No. Because like Barons had a secret weapon in it. No, it was like and I think the core set was after that, right? Like the first time the core set, I think so. I think I could do 8. No, I couldn't even do 8. I want to hear myself say it. Sure. Cool. You don't even remember the last Paladin secret? What was the last Paladin secret? Here we go. Have they printed one since Oh My God? Oh My God was... So, okay. So I'm sure you guys are right. I think I'm about to say it. I was just like, I was pondering. I think I was thinking about that year as the Ashes year and not focusing too much on what was coming out of my mouth like usual. Like, I'm about to say it. I don't think I was going to prove you wrong. I was just trying to see if it was excusable. Ashes. Hi, Renee. No, it was Omayog, wasn't it? Was it the very last one? I think yeah, that's all there is to it. But okay, I take it all back, chat. As far as like, you guys can be... You guys did not deserve the frustration that you all kept saying. The Dark Moon Fair. I did say Ashes. But I swear I didn't mean it. Like, I knew it was from Dark Moon Fair. Anyways, goodbye, friends.